Righty, how's it going, everyone? Hopefully you're all having a lovely evening. No worries, Alex. It's a bit of a later stream. Looks like the camera's roughly in the correct place. The light's a bit harsh. Back a bit. There we go. Hey, Aberrant, how you doing? Oh, yeah, the plan for the night stream is rather simple. We'll be putting these weapons on these guys. Rather straightforward. This is going to be part of the Death Guard army. And, yeah. I've got a feeling it's going to be quite straightforward and a bunch of people are being overly dramatic again. Seems to be a theme with one of these releases. Okay, let's grab the screws. I go fresh kit. Almost fresh kit. There's an arm missing. Oh, 2 arms because we used them for Death Guard. The characters, but we can fix that. Now, funnily enough, I ordered a box of Mk.3 today. Nearly 1 year anniversary of my local hobby store's opening. Nice. Five, 6, 7. Wonderful. Right, so we got our faces. Need to buy some. Yeah, are you guys going to be working on anything this evening? Or are you just going to be chilling and watching? Playing Cyberpunk at the moment. Awesome. How are you finding the game? A new save. Still love it and happy with some of the updates on PS4, so it's frequent. Wow, okay. I didn't expect it to still be crashing. I would have thought by now they would have fixed it. I generally love the aesthetic, that's awesome. And yeah, it's one of those games which I've been keeping my eye on, but haven't committed to. Oh, thanks for the follow, Alfarius. Welcome on in. Just getting going. Welcome on in. We're building the Mk.3 Space Marine squad using the new heavy weapons upgrades. See if everyone's just being overly dramatic with them not being compatible, or if it does actually take some work. This precise moment, I'm trying to reorganize my sprues. Because in my haste to build the two Praetor models, which I've built on a previous stream, I did just yank 2 of the gun arms from this set of sprues. And yeah, kind of need them. So just having a quick look around and kind of chat whilst you wait for people to slowly filter in. The Legion V's will be, sorry, just had to step away for a second, V's will be Death Guard. I collect a bunch of armies. My main army is the Emperor's Children. My second army is the Alpha Legion. Third Legion is Imperial Knights. I'm not going to grab one of those. Although I can show you my Dynat. Still a work in progress, but my Dynat. Focus, camera. And yeah, for the channel, I'm working on a Death Guard army at the moment because a lot of the people who follow me are Death Guard players. So a fun little side project. They're going to be an allied army, so focused on working alongside my Emperor's Children and Alpha Legion as a force multiplier on stream, which I put to get on Twitch today as a little bit of promotion stuff. We're working on this Vindicator. So getting all dirty and weathered up for the Heresy, as these 40k tanks were used during the Horus Heresy as well. Weren't like front and center. No, I'm pretty much exclusively a traitor player. Although I do like my ambiguous forces as well, like the Alpha Legion. Hey K9, how you doing? I'm really confused as to where the... Wait, hold on a second, are we over there? These look like the Mark 6. Alpha Legion is loyalist, but don't tell anyone. They could have been. It might be. Some people might believe. But in the Alpha. Others definitely. I very much subscribe to a theory that the Alpha Legion no longer knows what it's doing. And that every single warband assumes it's the only warband fighting for the correct objective. As just due to the nature of how the Alpha Legion operates, there is no opportunity whatsoever for everyone to know what the Alpha Legion's intentions are. When it shattered at the end of the Heresy, everyone was just going off the last order they were given by someone superior to them, whether that was to fight for the loyalists or for the traitors or whatever. That's what they're still going off. And my personal headcanon, and we'll never probably get it confirmed or not, is that in particular Omegon stayed loyal, and Alfarius went with the Cabal's opinion. Neither were in to speak. How it reads in the Alpha Legion novels for Horus Heresy, it really comes across that Alfarius agreed with and believes the Val are correct, in which humanity must die in order to destroy chaos. And that's the goal he's fighting for. Whereas Omegon is a bit more, I guess, optimistic. Best way to word it. And he thinks that there is actually a third option to the Cabal's ultimatum in which humanity can survive. And chaos gets destroyed, and that's what he's trying to go for, which is why, for the most part, they work together, but still clash on multiple occasions. So Alfaris is trying to kill everyone to save everyone. Yeah, as it's one of the things with the Alfarius Primarch novel. He's very much trained to understand he has a cause and a purpose, rather than being a living person. So he understands that his life is therefore significantly more forfeit than a human's life is, and understands the whole concept of a greater purpose a lot more than Omegon does. Omegon being someone who was raised on a planet without being directly controlled by the Emperor. His life doesn't have that going on for him, and therefore is a lot more optimistic and self-sure in his abilities, which leads him to try often think a bit more independently and differently to Alfarius. So he tries to be, a lot more optimistic and a lot more of a person who can, thinks about the greater good of things. Like, oh, there must be a way for humanity to survive, right? Can't possibly have us all die, and that be the only option. That seems silly. That's a thought process Omegon would have. Alfarius would be like, okay, no, I see the logic here. Chaos is the true evil of the galaxy. We must wipe it out. Right. I'm hoping we'll just come across the arms. If not, we can steal some from the Mk.3 crew. Let's get building. First thing, we need to assemble the legs. Alright, so to recap, we are building a heavy weapons squad using the Mk.3 plastic kit, but using the new weapon upgrade sprue designed for Mk.6 Space Marines. So we're putting the beaky weapons on not beaky guys. As a lot of people have tried to make a big fuss out of the fact that the new weapons won't actually fit or work with these old models. I say old model, but these existing kits for Mk.3 and Mk.4 Space Marines. So I figured it would be a good topic for a stream of how it's probably blown out of proportion and people are being overly dramatic, as has been the case with most of these new Horus Heresy releases. And other topics like, oh, the new Mk.6 are way too big, they don't fit in, they're wrong scale, blah blah. It's not. And I figured it'd probably be the same with putting the new weapons on the old models. And in order to demonstrate that people are being overly dramatic, or in the case that they aren't being overly dramatic and that they're fully justified in their whining, we're doing it live on stream, finding out whether or not they are. And in a case in which we do actually have to put some effort in, it's a good time to do it whilst we're on stream, so we can all go through the adventure together. You guys can see what you need to do in order to make it work, and if it's worthwhile doing. And then, like with everything else, this can then be thrown onto YouTube. which I know I haven't uploaded anything in a while on the channel, but I've been away. And I do want to sit down at some point and edit down the previous streams where we've done multi-arts. And hey Gosu, how you doing? And welcome on in, Hamish. I hope you're both having a wonderful time. No worries, Gosu. I'm trying to watch Tenet again to see if it makes any more sense. I'm not sure it does, but I like it. It's like one of those things that's kind of surprised me about myself is there are a lot of films like Tenet, which I think I should probably watch because I probably would enjoy, but I just haven't got around to doing it. A large part is just, you know, the whole unnecessary drama these days with trying to work out what streaming platform it's available on. And yeah, that just puts me off trying to find films to watch. I either watch it in the cinema or I don't really watch it. Is kind of how it is these days when it comes to films. Which means there's a lot of films which I've just outright missed out on from when I was a very poor student. So I just miss blockbusters, to be honest. Or when Netflix was basically the only platform. Also, like, I guess to bring this back to Warhammer for a brief moment. God, I know, right? Talking about Warhammer in a Warhammer channel. It's also another reason why I just don't give a crap about Warhammer Plus at the moment. Like, why would I watch it? What's the point? Yet another subscription service. I mean, not having a monopoly on streaming is a good thing, but exclusive content, just, yeah, exclusivity, and every subscription service thinking they can charge £8 a month. Like, I don't have that kind of money. As well, I need HBO Max, Amazon Prime, Netflix, Disney Plus. Not that anything's on it, but Paramount's own ones. You know, there's just so many. And then, yeah, Warhammer Plus as well, with its non-existent benefits. Press D will be A. Prestige is a damn good film. Memento is also really good as well, but needs a second viewing to appreciate what hell's happening. Yeah, there's a lot of films I need to watch. And at the same time, I just don't really have time for films either these days. Because I just got so used to, you know, just not watching films. I've just kind of adapted my life around not watching films or a lot of TV shows. It has to be something very special for me to actually sit down and watch it these days. Like when I'm like building Warhammer miniatures like I am now, and I'm not streaming, which is very rare these days. I'll normally watch a YouTube series or another live streamer. And a bit of hobby burnouts and catching up on TV and films. That's an interesting way to word procrastinating building a Titan. When you spray can died on me, yet to be able to get to a shop to get a new one, and yes, as always, still have it procrastinate. I mean, hey, if you want me to build it, the offer still stands. Was the offer that you keep it? No, that you pay me to do it, and that for obvious, and because obviously I am the one who's built it, I don't have to where the cat is to Valfest. Payment and no obvious signs of loyalty to a cat seems like a steep price. Well, those are my terms. Want to take the easy way out of getting your Titan built, then you know, prices have to be paid. Feeling more motivated to build it already. Now, speaking of Titans, we need to actually work out what color scheme I'm going to be painting my Titan, because obviously the conditions for Valfest is models have to be painted. So we need to actually work out what Legion or Legio my Titan's going to be from. Because originally I was just going to spray it pink. Just to really wind up other Titan owners, basically, by just being incredibly disrespectful. My 3D printed Titan, but my, I guess pettiness has kind of subsided a little. And the idea of perhaps actually getting a proper Titan has started to come up in my mind. So, feels a bit hypocritical and silly to be salty and petty towards Titan owners if I do intend to become one myself. Yeah, if I am, committing to buying an actual Titan, I want to at least do it seriously, rather than Hello, Phasmatodius. Happy birthday. From the sound of it, you had a really good day. I'm hoping it continues to be a good one. I haven't been talking much. No worries, Alex. You're not required to talk. Talk as much or as little as you like. As long as you're enjoying being here, that's the main thing. Right, that's the legs done. Now let's do torsos. I have chosen a hive fleet for my Tyranids. It is Leviathan. Nice.
Hello there.
Oh, so sound work. So the sounds are working now. And hey there, Bloker. How you doing? I completely forgot that was a sound we had. Yeah. Seems to be some kind of cold going around at the moment. Meant to have a meeting with someone tomorrow, but they can't make it because they have the exact same illness. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not the virus, thankfully. Yeah, just been a bit of a headache and a bit tired all day because coughing so much that I can't really. Fun. You make no. These will have auto cannons, as these are going into the Death Guard. I will be doing. Well, we'll actually see if I end up finishing these guys. Before the end of the stream, we'll actually start on the las cannon. Yeah, to recap for everyone, this is going to be a autocannon weapons team for the Death Guard. As I want all the Death Guard boys to be in Mark 2 and Mark 3 armor. I think can have the most fun with paint. Whereas the Emperor's Children are better equipped, so I'll be mostly in Mark 4 and Mark 6 armor. With the exception of the one veteran squad with Volkite, which is Mark 2. You pronounce Heavy Flamer strangely. I thought you said Autocan Step Guard for a second there. Yeah, no. You didn't hear me wrong. I'm choosing to put autocannons in this squad. There will be some heavy flamers eventually, don't worry. But I fucking love autocannons, so given the opportunity to make a squad of autocannons, I'm taking it. I've got over 1,100 grapes now. Awesome. One of the first things we're going to be doing with the grapes will be coming up soonish. As I do actually have a plan with them. And sorry I'm late. Alright, Mick, we haven't done too much. We're still putting together the main bodies for the Mk.3. Yeah, especially as the channel's still growing and we're still trying to get somewhere with streaming. I need to, yeah. I need to think carefully what we're doing with grapes. And it isn't purely named grapes just to wind people up. But I will have some plans and some rewards because obviously you gain grapes from watching. And I want to set up very much to reward people who watch and hang around. And I have a few ideas. You owe me Titanic Flute by the way for last night's scams? I suppose I do. But I did say that as a refund and a consolidation for it not working, that I would not drop the cat ear counter down one for the stream. I'm happy to exchange a cat ear stream. Well, the cat ear stream, which, you know, we had yesterday for the Titanic flutes. You can go back on that and you can have your Titanic flutes. Uh-oh. No heresy is happening here, I promise. These are not heretics. That's not what's happening here. And hey, Skeller King, and hey, Novus. The Mechanicum has arrived. Hide your toasters. How's everyone doing? Hope you enjoyed Novus' stream. I did poke my head in briefly. I didn't say anything. I did check in earlier because obviously there's been some. Or I'd poke my head in. But yeah, there's absolutely no war crimes being committed using any kind of altered machinery here whatsoever. Wait, are you calling Lynx Africa heresy? Which activate Exterminatus Protocol. Hey Tuppy, there's some guy here calling himself Inquisitor something, looking for your location? Lynx Africa's Defo Heresy. Why is it heresy? It's one of the nicer smelling ones. And yes, it was actually a Christmas gift. My partner's dad, basically every Christmas and every birthday, buys me one of those Lynx gift sets. It's nicely Old Spice, does it now? Yeah, they really are, aren't they? Need to change. Apparently, we haven't listened to this mix before. Yeah, no heresy here. Casually chucks deodorant cans out a window whilst whistling. I prefer socks. I have so many novelty socks. It's silly at this point. My head is hurting because I can't think of any questions. Well, don't worry about asking questions. I know I typically have answers, but it doesn't mean you have to constantly ask questions. And my head is hurting us because I can't. And a question anxiety. I suppose, yeah, actually, that's basically what's happening there, isn't it? Bobby doesn't always have the answer. Well, violence is always an option, and that answers most things. Violence is a question, yes is the answer. Yeah, I suppose that way round also works. Yeah, make Gordon play. Alex says, the reason I want to play Tyranids is because I got really hungry one time. I actually enjoy receiving whiskey as a Christmas gift rather than socks or links. Well, yeah, I think everyone would prefer whiskey to socks or deodorant. I'm personally far more partial towards the rum, but eh. Try and be pleasant. Want to hear a Tyranid hive mind? Stick a finger in your ear and wiggle it around. Wacka wacka wacka. Yeah, everything about Tyranids is Tyranids, regardless of some of the fun things about them. I'll put that through to the side as we don't need to touch that for a while. Oh boy, it's the backpacks. Now, is it the A options? Go with the A options? Earrings literally crawl through your ear and eat your brain. I'm fairly certain that's actually false. And just one of those Victorian nonsense stories. Yeah, there we go. Categories. Earwigs would starve on me. You know what the scariest bug is? One that hides in your code. Oh, absolutely. Tuppy, do you think the 10th edition leaks are true? Because if they are, yeah, I have no reason to believe that they're not true. It makes a lot of sense in my opinion. Especially as they are very much gearing up for this being like a whole sentimental anniversary nostalgia cash-in as well. I think, yeah, it will be Blood Angels versus Tyranids focused around the devastation of Baal. Especially with them now wanting to push, you know, a big refresh for a range. And yeah, haven't seen it hasn't been a starter faction. No Dark Angels 10th? Yeah, we will get Dark Angels in 10th edition as well. That's what the rumors seem to be pointing to. And I think it makes sense. Back in a bit, no worries, Hamish. Still waiting for Psychic Awakening 2.0. Yeah, well, that's basically what the build up to 10th edition is going to be. Last chance for them to push all of the models which will no longer be worth it in the next edition. Tuppy, busy Saturday? Kind of. Why? What do you want? I mean, kind of, because I'll be streaming. I'm doing a charity stream and wouldn't mind company while I paint a model. Well, strange you should suggest painting a model. That's actually what I had planned for Saturday as well. So a co-op paint stream. Yeah, we absolutely could do that. As, I have a bunch of things that need painting, and weekends are the days in which I have more time to put towards streaming. So if I want to do any painting streams, I'll typically do those on weekends. And we have a lot of stuff to paint. So yeah, we can do a co-op stream, multi-stream. We can. Oh, that's a point. What streaming software do you use, by the way? OBS. Okay. I think we can do that. Because yeah, despite the controversy around it at the moment, I'm using Streamlabs just because I find it just so much easier to get going with. When I migrate to streaming from my Mac, I'll probably just go straight for OBS. What? Perks. That's fair. So I do have a load getting this week and when do you wish to paint? I don't know really. I was gonna go around, well, midday onwards. 8 till 12 and 2 to 8. Probably 2 to 8 then. I normally try and start streaming around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock on the days in which I'm going. Yeah. What army does the toaster fucker play? I wonder. Oh yeah, Novus, did you see that my emote's alive? my profiles and then we'll get some more commissioned at some point. Get back in touch with wonderful artists that did those two. I suppose let's talk about the sorry to derail the conversation from Alex's point, but yeah, what charity is your live stream for? Or your charity streams for? It's going to be for IDF. That's an unfortunate acronym. Immune Deficiency Foundation. Awesome. Well, that sounds like a very good charity to be supporting. Yeah, I suppose the next question is how do people go about donating towards that? I have a friend with how close to me. Yeah, I can imagine, especially that. There is a link for donating managed by Tiltify. Awesome. Oh, I have to get that sorted as a thing for my then for Saturday. And do you get told who's donated what through the link? People can choose names to donate under. Okay. I'll talk to you about some ideas then, what I can do on my side of things. Oh, where did everyone else go? Apparently just enjoying the conversation. I don't expect everyone to be talking. I'm kind of glad, to be honest, because everyone talked constantly, then I'd probably have to get a moderator. Oops, I just lost power. Well, good luck. Maybe odds be ever in your favor. And hopefully get back soon. I'll get power back soon. I have goals I already regret. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm perpetually locked wearing cat ears on stream, so... I know how that feels. Okay, and I do a Novus Necron. What does that even entail? Put on makeup and not the clown style. Okay, well, I do get paid tomorrow. How close are you towards that goal already? Okay, cool. Good to know. Says I'm still here, currently filling medical water. Wait, hang on, Novus. Does that mean you're going to shave? Because last time I checked, you had a beard, right? Not a chance. I'll be sexy with a beard. You already are sexy. Well, Adam, I hope for 2K you put a bit more effort in. I got a friend who's really good at makeup. She'll be doing my look. Nice. Make a whole separate stream out of it. That's a good idea. I really hope when they do Mk.3 plastic kits, they redesign how they do his backpack. I really hate how they've done these current ones. Another goal is dating sim. I'm already locked in my suffering. Oh boy. Yeah, thanks to donation goals on the stream for just, you know, just general fundraising to get me the equipment to do with streaming. I'm perpetually locked into wearing cat ears, and I've also got to paint a Forge World Cerastus Knight pink. Oh. $800 if I call I love you, Colonel Son. Oh, that dating sim. I actually had KFC last night. Well, this night. Just. As, yeah, I was just feeling too ill to cook at the moment. At least it was such a drilled in process. I'm fairly certain at this point I've built well over 100 Mk.3 tactical. I think, just based off how things are played out, the only armor mark which I will have built more models of will be Mark 6 by the end of my current Isle of Shame. And yeah, I went to London for a couple of days, Novus. And yeah, some interesting things happened. Unfortunately, one of those interesting things was I picked up a cold. But yeah, I got to have a dinner, a full 3-course meal with the spiffing Brit. And RT games, as well, I should add. I'm jelly of cool people, you know. It was purely by accident that I stumbled across him. It wasn't really planned, he just ended up being sat right next to us, up talking. And, you know, it was absolutely glorious. And then at EGX, he invited me to hang out with him for the day as well. So I did that for an hour or so. It was really nice. We had to go away to do some signings. And he introduced me to some people I can't really talk about. Which might result in some stuff happening. I'm very excited about. Next, to even have Rem chat with me would be hella dope. Poor man needs to look after his health. Yeah. I've been trying to, like, leave him be a moment, just to try and encourage him to relax. Try and just focus on himself, but he won't listen to anyone. Game. We're talking about Remlace and 40k theories, by the way, chat. Just in case you weren't sure. Oh, this is probably going to upset you, Novus, but did you know that the Spiffing Brit plays Warhammer and is actually quite a big Warhammer fan? I should just go. Do you know what army he plays? Damn it, Mick. Trying to tease him and wind him up more. It's totally unacceptable. If you pause and think about it for more than a few moments, you realize it was kind of inevitable. His entire thing is about, perfectly balanced game systems, right? And not at all using exploits in order to break the game. And for many editions, the Tau were exactly that, perfectly balanced army with absolutely no exploits whatsoever. I'm fairly sure you were playing Warhammer in 7th edition, weren't you, Novus? And maybe 6th edition? Started in 7th. Well, you should then at least remember Tau jump pack shenanigans, right? I was at the tail end before 8th. So, in 7th edition, the Tau Crisis battlesuits were considered jetpack infantry, which meant that in the assault phase, you're able to move 2d6. But it doesn't have to be as part of a charge or anything, you could just move 2d6. So what people were doing with their Crisis battlesuits was deploying, keeping them in cover, physically out of line of sight, but using the movement phase to move out of cover and into line of sight, shooting, and then in the assault phase using the 2d6 to move back out of line of sight. And the bullshit thing was, it wasn't just the Crisis battlesuits that could do that, Riptides could also do that as well. And Riptides were very, very, very broken and powerful in 7th edition. It was also the edition where they introduced a new unit called the Tau Breacher Squad, which within 8 inches had weapons which were Strength 6, AP 3, Assault 2 or 3. I can't remember which one it was. Meaning that, you're wounding Space Marines on a 2 and ignoring their armor save. So good luck getting close to that Tau gun line, because the closer you get, the more dangerous they are. And the best way to deal with Tau in 7th edition was at range. And, well, you don't want to stay far away from a Tau army. No, this is why I don't play any more Rules of Crap regards to the edition. Oh, yes and no. The thing that people tend to forget about when it comes to a Tau especially is Crisis suits and Riptides are really expensive point-wise. So if you did sink money into fielding them and actually using them, you would have a very, very small army. Meaning all it takes is a couple of AP2 or AP3 weapons in your army, and suddenly the Tau army is basically useless. or they're spamming infantry to make use of the other ways of playing, in which case you just needed a bunch of AP4 weapons. The reason why I prefer older game systems and why I really enjoy the Horus Heresy, because it was a system that's fundamentally a lot more balanced. If you try to over-specialize and abuse a certain way of playing, there is a counter, and the chances are that counter will actually be as part of a balanced, sensible army. Yes, there are problematic builds and certain ways people play the game which is not fun or fair, but the people who tend to do those, especially in the Horus Heresy, tend to be twats who you wouldn't enjoy playing against in the first place. And I just enjoy painting the models. Yeah, that's fair, and a very valid way of part of the hobby. We'll just let the models sit for a few moments and let the plastic glue set. Oh, sorry for my disappearance inside as well, as did many of my friends, huh? I feel like certain mods should have requirements, like a Dune Crawler requires X amount of Rangers Vanguards. Yeah, it's again why I prefer this edition, Heresy, because, you know, you have to take a minimum of 2 troops, 2 infantry squads, and a command squad before you can run anything, or you need to be running at least a 1,000-point army with a certain character with a special rule in order to break that system. Right, time to bust out the autocannons. Alright, sleep time. A super busy weekend ahead. Yes, you do. Well, good luck with the streams before the one we're going to do. And yeah, sleep well. And thanks for the raid. Right, so time to move on to this box. And all of its goodness. Don't need that sprue. We'll see about the arms. Oh yeah, so I suppose we should do a quick product review, right? Professional streamer and all that. So we get 2 weapon sprues, which are identical, which have 5 Volkite, 5 autocannons, and 5 las cannons on each, and the bits you need to build. And because certain weapons here are not standard, We also get arms to go with them as well. Especially Vlad's kind of wants that over shoulder. So this is quite handy and quite good. So let's see. Do we need to use these parts to make our Mk.3 Marines? Okay, so first thing is legionary poses. So there's a chart up here, which tells you which of the 5 poses the Mk.6 Marines are in, use which guns. And it does actually look like it gives recommendations for arms, which are on these sprues here. Meaning that, in theory, you could actually use Mk.4 bodies straight out the box and use these arms instead. And you wouldn't notice any difference, which is good. It means we might actually be able to use some of these Mk.6 arms on these Mk.3 Marines for the one which I'm missing arms for. So what we first need to do is actually build the autocannons, as it is a 2-part kit, with the barrels being separate for reasons. They are Right, we're going to try and do this properly, okay? Because I think we can. What I'm going to briefly do is I'm going to find the instructions for Mk.6 Marines. Buzzard have been here the whole time, but Twitch locked me out of chat. That's weird. That is very weird. But yeah, Twitch has been having some issues today. As if you've been on Twitter for 5 minutes today, you would notice as a lot of people are quite upset. For good reason, I should add. As yeah, I may be affiliated and making money through Twitch, but I'm still going to be critical of their services and the fact that no one was able to stream for the last 3 hours, is a bit ridiculous. I say no one. Some people were still able to stream, especially if they were already streaming, but there was a period of 4 hours today in which people couldn't stream. Right, lads, I'm going to go AFK for a few moments whilst I try and find the instructions to try and do this as properly as possible. Okay, right, I'm back. Took a bit longer than I expected. Had to go and raid my partner's hobby collection for some instructions. There we go. Got them so I can try and line up the poses. So, to catch up, Alex asked, do you think the combat patrol boxes will be replaced just so it start collecting boxes for 10th edition? Probably not, with the exception of the Tyranids. I think the Tyranids, once they get their range refresh, will get a new new combat patrol box. As obviously, you know, the models in the box will probably be replaced. And I think the same for Blood Angels and Dark Angels. I think every time a range refresh happens, I'll probably update the boxes. Unless that range hasn't had a substantial shake-up. Update on my Tyranids list. 3 of Hormagot's Guk. Gargoyles, 4 squads of Gene Stealers, that's what Ormlord, Parasite of Vortex, and Lord, and Warriors, other stuff. Awesome. Nice collection. Right, so what I need to do, work out what different poses are. So pose 1. What? Yeah. With the arms. We can actually, well, basically try and do some maths. As unappealing as that sounds. Need a pen or something. This one's. Yes, it does. Cool. Pose 4. Who's holding my gun? $48, $47. I'm towards the end. Where it's supposed. Five is awkward child, which doesn't really work. So I have to work out which one pose 5 works with. We need to know this, so we know which guns work best. Welcome back, Hamish. So what we're doing now is we're trying to work out which arms will work best out of the box with the autocannons. So looking at it, and how these are posed in reference to Mark 6 instructions, parts 44 and 43 are best for pose 4. Parts 46 and 45 are for pose 2, and poses parts 48 and 47 are best for poses 1, 4, and 3. Meaning the only one which is kind of awkward is pose 5, because they have the gun awkwardly facing down at a weird angle, which none of these arms really suit. So now we've kind of translated the Mark 6 instructions into Mark 3 instructions. We should now be able to go here, use this wonderful chart that they've put here to work out which arms go with what. So for weapons, so pose 4 is parts 8 and 9. For 46 and 45 is pose 2, 8 and 9. Yeah, it does look like for most part we should be set with this conversion. So what we'll do is we'll cut out and do all the parts 8 and 9 autocannons on here. And yeah, the answer is always millipart, but I'm trying to do this as easy as possible, which is why it's taken a little bit longer to work out, but it should make it as easy as possible. So let's cut out all autocannons, parts 8 and 9. Hold on a second. Do you think Titanicus is worth playing now? Probably. Do Mark 3 arms go Mark 6 well if you use the same guns from the Mark 3? So we're doing it the other way round. So we're putting the Mark 6 weapons onto Mark 3 Marines. Oh, thanks. Okay, there's some. Yeah, the only reason why I'm not using the arms provided here is because they do look quite different to Mark 3 arms. So I'm trying to use as much of the Mark 3 kit as possible. Even if that does mean you have to do some converting at some point. But we're about to find out. I feel like Titanicus and Aeronautica will be merged into some new version of Epic at some point. In future, they seem similar scaling and well-suited models to a gradual rollout of a new Epic-scaled game. Yeah, I think so too, to be honest. And it's one of the things I've told Varak this before. He hasn't listened, but we're in the seminar in which they announced Titanicus. The question that was posed to Cottrell, the guy in charge of Forge World at the time in some capacity, was would they ever do Epic again? And he went on a lengthy chat about how he didn't want to make the same mistakes they had in the past, quote him, and rush straight into Epic without doing all of the Titans first. And that they would look into doing Epic once they'd finished doing Titanicus. And last time I checked, they were done with all of the actual Titans for Titanicus. So they're now in a perfect position to move on to doing Epic, especially as they have decided that the scale of which they want to keep the game is the Horus Heresy, meaning that we only need Imperial units. Yeah, seeing this, I realized Mk.3 arms are kind of cool. Wish I had done that from the start of my Mark 6 Mark 3 mix. Well, the thing is, with the Mark 3 arms, is you'd have to use the Mark 3 guns, and these arms probably won't work too well with the upgrade kits. It was one of the reasons why I'm doing the auto cannons, to be honest, is because they do look like they'll be quite easy to just move over with minimal changes to them. These first. How incorrect or correct I am in my assumption. I know there is going to be one big change we have to do. Probably slow down this process. But again, it kind of depends how much detail and how much effort you want to put into the. Resin Riser pattern heavy weapon supremacy. Yeah. And at the same time, I already had to buy this plastic kit anyway because I wanted the las cannons, and it means I have the auto cannons and Volkite spare. Right, let's try and put our first set of arms on a autocannon. Art 44, Art 43, and the observant of you may realize what the problem's going to be. you'll probably notice looking at the model that the gun actually has both of its arms on it. Sorry, hands on it. This hand here and this hand here. If we look at the Mk.3 kit's arm, this arm here actually has a hand attached. So you would have to actually cut away the hand here in order to get this to fit, because obviously already holding a weapon. So there's two ways about this. You could either, simply cut there, and just cut through this vambrace here, because it does cover the top of the wrist. Hopefully that's focusing somewhat. Or you can carefully cut the hand out. Now what we're going to do with this first Marine is we are going to cut the hand out properly. So what you'll do, line knife on the wrist joint. It's actually quite neatly defined on the Marines. Hopefully it will focus at some point this century. Come on. And then also along well into it. Now let's put the Mk.3 sword hand on the Mk.6. The hands on Mk.3 are chunkier, yes, because they are to a degree different. What I'm going to carefully do is cut the hand away. This one, we're going to try and do this one as, in quotes, properly as possible. Just so you guys can see the longer way around this. But to answer Hamish's question, do you get enough Mk.6 arms? I think so. And this is another option. You could just put Mk.6 arms on your Mk.3 Marines, using ones that come in the box of the weapons. As it does look like there are enough there. And I don't think any edition of Warhammer has a upper point. There's point sizes people try to play, which is normally between 1,000 and 3,000 points. But hey, 9th edition changed so much since previous edition, I don't know it. Up points for 40k arms is dictated by when your credit card maxes out. Yeah. There is that. To make our lives easy, I will just cut the hand off, not hacking it up. I've been thinking, and I'd like to know your thoughts. Would it be good to vary rules for different marks of armor? Like Termies have variations in rules between armor types. It would be interesting to play out, But I feel like ultimately it adds in a level of complexity the game doesn't. Whereas, yeah, you could, give all the armors by default the line unit subtype. Make Mk.3 have a heavy unit subtype. And so on. Could do that. But I think ultimately just adds a bit too much. Yeah, I'd give Mk.3 heavy. All of the units by default would have line depending on what unit they're in. Mk.4 I don't think would have a unit type. Mk.6 would probably have the skirmish unit type. Mk.2 would probably have fast. I think that's a unit type. How does Mk.2 compare to Mk.3? Mk.2 is considered to be the most agile and most flexible of the armor types. As it's Mk.3 but without the flat panels on the front, so it's significantly lighter, and its banded armor design also making it significantly more complex and power hungry, and it has a level of movement which makes it far more suited to combat, well, duelists and stuff, over the other armor types. Why a lot of legions, especially legions like the Emperor's Children, were really keen to try and keep hold of a Mk.2. Mk.4 is the most generic of the armor types. So Mk.2 is one of the Mk.2, Mk.3. For general comparisons, I'm going to bundle Mk.2 and 3 together. Mk.2 and Mk.3 is the most complex and most expensive armor type, as it's all made up out of these bands of armor, which you can see on the back of Mk.3 rather well. So it's made up out of these bands. Each band is its own self-contained armor, with all the power generation and armor plating in each individual band, making it the most agile and flexible, but the most power hungry and most difficult to maintain. As each individual band is a different thickness and a size, so there has to be entire logistical chains per band. Even though theoretically on paper it's the easiest to maintain, because if a band kit fails, then you can just replace that band. But producing each individual band is expensive and complex. Mk.4, on the other hand, is significantly easier to maintain, as it's made out of flat plates, as we're used to on Mk.7, Mk.6, and Mk.5. So it's a lot easier to maintain, not quite as agile as Mk.2, but was one of the first to use some of the technology discovered during the Great Crusade. There's better sensors, better electronics, better communication devices, and better optics than Mk.2 and Mk.3, making it overall a better suit of armor for the average Astartes. Mk.5 and Mk.6 are part of the same development program that resulted in Mk.4 armor, with both carrying on be researched and developed after Mk.4 was put into production. with Mark 5 pursuing the easiest way to maintain and develop power armor in a way that was also backwards compatible with Mark 2, 3, and 4. Whereas Mark 6 was the continued pursuit of making the best power armor possible, using lessons from Mark 4 and Mark 5 to produce. With Mark 5 being the easiest to produce armor, designed specifically to be backwards compatible, and Mark 6 being the best of the best. It has the best sensors, best overall protection for that type of armor, best sensors, and the most agile of the non-power banded power armors. However, it's more expensive to produce than Mark 4, and was very new to the Crusades just before the outbreak of the heresy, so it didn't really get produced as much. What did get produced got funneled into the traitor legions mostly, which is why at the beginning of the heresy you mostly see traitor legions wearing Mark 6. But once their resources were exhausted, you mostly see the loyalist legions who were defending Terror wearing 6. With notable exceptions being the Emperor's Children, who didn't do too much fighting during the heresy, though still had plenty of Mark 6 by the Siege of Terror. Right, sorry for doing this off camera, but I need to try and focus on what I'm doing. Second, I can't quite do that whilst building in front of the camera. I do think you should make a mod. We've trimmed the like banding on this arm here, on the trigger hand. Try and make it Mk.3 arm. They're already kind of posed with that in place. Okay, so I think that minor change. Hopefully, it'll actually. Come on, there we go. Doesn't actually look too bad. There's only some minor tweaks you need to make there, but that does actually work relatively well. Remember, Alex, you need to be able to build your army to the formations. What do you think is most customizable kit? I think it's Tyrannid Warriors, probably. I really don't know too much about Tyrannid. I'll assume yes. I need all Baneblades. Yeah, Baneblades are awesome. Yeah. Different aspects of the Imperial Guard are a lot of fun, but tanks are just so iconic. What I need to do at some point is sit down and take some pictures of the guard, don't I? Considering my guard... Well, I have 2 guard armies, strictly. A tank regiment and an... and a Imperial Guard infantry focused army. This is a rat Mk.3, please put Mk.3 Marines in a mail to my address and step away from a hobby desk with your hands in the air. No. I'm going to continue to defile and disfigure these Marines to warp them into shapes and designs of which I want them. So, in order to make them work, there is some converting you need to do. But generally speaking, they look alright. Because unfortunately, for Mk.3 kits, it does kind of suck trying to put these weapons on. Because Mk.3 is... how do I put this politely? Not one of the best kits Games Workshop's ever produced for custom. And probably my least favourite of the plastic marine kits I've put together in a long time. And they're very, very, very much designed only to really work with their own parts. But with a little bit of encouragement, you can look. I do think, generally speaking, my advice probably would be to get the Forge World stuff if you're going to try and make weapons out of the Mk.3. But it is possible and it is working here, so... Well, mileage will vary. There you go. You can see it works rather well. A lot of the sins will be covered up by the shoulder pads. I just don't like the giant ass magazine sticking out bottom. It doesn't seem realistic. It was like 90.3 out of the Russian disc. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's because it is inspired by real world stuff. So basically, the big thing you need to do with Mk.3 Marines, recap for Ghost Suit, is you need to trim away this hand here on the bolt gun arms. And what I've been finding is the easiest way to do it is to, just cut it with clippers. Just quickly away the hand. Yeah. Hacking it up. Smaller bits. You're not like warp or tear. Yeah, you can do this a lot more precisely with clippers. But yeah, it's already basically done. Like that. And come in with our knife. Also, kids practice better knife handling than I am. I'm trying to make this as visible as possible for you on screen. I wouldn't recommend holding or using the knife in the same way I am. Always cut away from you. And make sure that none of your body is in the way of the knife, even if that is your fingies. Remember, we're trying to remove the arms with the hands from the models, not ourselves. So, yeah, there we go. Trimmed up neatly, so we still have that plate of armor protecting the arm. Give me a new appreciation resin when you heat them up and pose them in place. Yeah, definitely. Does anyone here have experience ordering recasts from Black Legion Market or War 5 tables? Yeah, no, I definitely don't have any experience ordering from those people at all. Definitely not. Just wondering if they are legit or not. War tables seems to be rather legit from what I've seen other people do and get. Not that I'd necessarily support or condone buying recast models. Any capacity. They do seem to be quite good from observation. Oh, and another thing you need to do with turning these plastic kits into them is you need to trim away the rubber joint connecting with glove armor because Mk.3 arm's already there. Are these fins meant to glue your models to bases? If it has a very flat surface area, then yes. If not, then I'll use thick. One thing I will say, with recast, and I'm fairly confident saying this, is you have to remember it is a different type of resin. So it won't necessarily bend and warp with heat as well as the resin you get from Forge World. As Forge World's resin is actually a very high quality resin. That's not just bullshit they're coming up with. It's designed to be as good for modeling as possible. And the quality control is probably not going to be as good as Forge World's, and you won't have the incredible, and I'm not saying this just to, you know, be nice to Forge World, but Forge World's customer service is absolutely stellar. You won't find a better bit of customer support anywhere in the world. If you have a problematic part or any issues with any parts of a Forge World model, they will send you out replacement parts. And in some cases, you'll also get entire models. A friend of mine ordered some Volkite, they're heavy Volkite weapons, and instead of sending them out, they accidentally sent out some plasma cannons. And he brought this up, pointed out, like, hey, you accidentally sent some plasma cannons instead of the Volkite weapons I ordered. And I said, don't worry, keep the plasma cannons. They're on the house. We're sorry for a mistake, and we'll send you out some new Volkite cannons instead. And the only time I've ever had any issues with Forge World personally was with a Necron Tombstalker. The little tiny thin legs that come with it are fine cast. And you probably already know where this is going. And they were horrifically miscast. And I got in touch with them saying, like, hey, the fine cast legs I got with my Tyranid Tombstalker are all warped and completely unusable, and they sent me out some new ones. I'll head off. Swimming in 12 degrees water was exhausting. Wetsuit or not, pretty tired. Yeah, I can imagine it was. Hopefully you had a wonderful day, though. And yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. Terrain is typically just a bunch of tentacles, right? More shenanigans tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, unfortunately, resident biologist is just signed off on. But typically speaking, when it comes to evolution, there's two kind of directions things evolve in, either to turn into worms or to turn into crabs. I haven't worked out if one of those turns into the other eventually, but those are kind of the two ways things ultimately evolve. And the Tyranids have decided worm is their preferred way of going. I've seen a lot of their bioforms end up being more worm-like, and therefore like tend. I'm also going to call it a night. Need to rest before fun begins tomorrow again at work. Have a good one, Hamish. Oh. There we go. Fun scientific fact of the day. 80% of animal biomass is just nematodes and related species, in other words, worms. They can't quite change in seconds. They have to evolve. So the next generation will be suited to the environment. Can't adapt them. You want perfect life forms that can adapt on the fly, then you want recruit. Recruit, digest, and steal the DNA from their victims and apply it directly. Be far more adaptable than the Tyranids. Hey Tup, I have a question for you. I'm debating on doing this rusty look on my Contemptor Dreadnought. Do you think dry brushing a Contemptor would work? Just wondering because, yeah, it does work. If you want to make things more pronounced, you could always try and paint some typhus corrosion onto the model first before the paint, to give it some more texture if you want to try and pronounce for rust. You could also use Sterland mud as well if you want to make it a bit more thick. Fun thing, it's normal thing to do for and bacteria. Evolved like that, crude. I'll just this on an evolved level. Nice. Now this makes hospital microbes so dangerous. Even if one dies, DNA fragments can be absorbed by another, and they acquire antibiotic resistances through its mechanism. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't actually know that, and it's okay, Phasma. I intentionally dragged you into this conversation. So. K9 says, alright, Tups, got to get sleep. Hope you have a great stream. Happy building. Thanks. And yeah, we're not that far away from building these now. Long before I start to do. Wow. But Gosu, if you look on the Warhammer community YouTube page, they did a guide a while back on rusty weapons, which does a better job explaining how to use typhus corrosion for it. If you're interested. Obviously, it takes it to an extreme example, but the methodology can still be applied. Or if you want to wait a couple of weeks, I'll eventually get around to it as well. Oh, for Death Guard, I'm painting them. Because I'll be doing a lot of rust effects with these boys. Wolf says, I'm just lurking for a bit, need to get these models glued. Building your own stuff is always the most important. Where's the music cut? This mix looks fun. Right, Phasmatodius. Okay then, they carry DNA as plasmids outside of their chromosomes. They perform the Naughty's genetic recombination by simply grabbing another bacterium and shoving a copy of their genetic mixtape into them. Your plasmids are not essential for life, but they carry fun mutations like can eat wood or penicillin doesn't affect us. We use that method to create bacteria that make insulin for us. That's cool. Now imagine intentionally feeding grotesque DNA to Kroot, make your personal army of horribleness. I love it. Yeah, well, that's basically what they do. Like, oh, this planet's full of creatures which are which can survive in this horrific atmosphere. Cool. The Ethereals will send down some people in suits. That makes it possible for the Tau to go down onto the planet. They take some of those life forms, Serve them up as dinner to recruit, wait for them to mutate to survive in those conditions, and then yeet the recruit at the enemy. I don't like Necrons because they refuse to die. I fucking love Necrons because they refuse to die. And it's probably my largest 40k army. The Necrons. For the greater good. If I feed Tuppy to recruits, do I get cat ears and quack? Considering those are not actually parts of me, I know it might shock you guys, but I don't actually have any physical cat ears. Now, I'm going to assume not. And, for greater food. I've been betrayed. How have you been betrayed? That is not real. Immersion broken. Back to cloning experiments it is. Wait, what? I'm kind of concerned about the amount of people who make jokes about cloning me. Okay, right. Question for the fucking nerds who are apparently cloning me. Why aren't you making one of me clone, well, one of me stream 24/7 then so you always get content? Huh? Checkmate scientists and Necron. Well, I know that's not true, Gosu, because you were here before the Mk.3. Trick is keeping both the accounts separate, social media isolated, and each other from the rest of what's called the nap time blackout spray. Oh, trick. Okay, Asma. And how come the clones you make and the clones Z makes haven't interacted yet? And wait, if Tyranids make new life forms by eating forms, would that mean if Tyranids eat Tuppy, it would get a beak and cat ears? I'm fairly certain there is no evolutionary benefit to consuming me. So I don't think anything would have come from it. Oh, I know where he gets his clones from. He apparently gets his cryptex. At the moment, there's nothing you can do with them. But there will be a stream soon in which I will reveal some things and trust me, you're going to want a lot of them. I'm surprised a bunch of you guys aren't as upset and annoyed about the reference there as a couple of people are. How many will we need? Now that'd be telling, wouldn't it? Why they are called grapes? He's streaming now. Wow, that's late for him. I did tell him. We had a lengthy discussion. American period. Music period. Yeah. You guys have a preference. Watch whoever you want to watch, and you enjoy watching whoever you want. Chill streams in which, we get shit done and we talk about stuff that's useful and beneficial, then free to stay around here if you want to chat and mess around. And people, then you can go and watch Varric stream. Yeah, it has been 3 hours of working on these guys. Time-consuming hobby. Get that. Josie says, "I'm a tuppy. I'm a loyal tuppyist." Aw. Hold him in place for a little while. Repellent tuppyist. The word of tuppy. We should resurrect that. Yeah, those autocannons are big old mags got growing on me. Yeah, I quite like them. Let me hold him correctly around for you guys. Oh, it was like 20mm rounds or some shit. Yeah, I think they're actually meant to be Soviet 37mm. If I remember correctly, it was something weird. I think the Imperial Guard Riser is 40mm. Back where's the crack? Why did that get me? The big ass curve in the mag makes you think it's based off a rummed cartridge, so it makes sense, yeah. I need to read back through the old Horus Heresy books because I'm fairly certain it's mentioned there somewhere. I do quackane. Almost 2 a.m. I should sleep. Yeah, sleep is a good idea. Yeah, my hundreds of hours watching Forgotten Weapons on YouTube is paying off. So it would seem. I do have Souls V. Is anyone truly innocent? And yeah, Forgotten Weapons is a really good channel for gun talk. I actually trained to be a gunsmith. When I finished secondary school, I actually went and became an apprentice gunsmith. I do my. I'll head off. Yeah, good night, Asma. Well, yeah, unfortunately for me and gunsmithing, it's very much a generational thing. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm just kind of in between the cycle of gunsmiths in my local area, with not all of them, well, most of them not really being anywhere near retirement or in a position to be looking for hiring new people to replace them. That seems like a dope job. I'm more into wacky engineering, some of the old guns Ian digs into it. So yeah, it's a shame because it is a really well-paying job, especially here in the UK. As yeah, the people who do have guns tend to have expensive guns. Well, there's your answer, Alex, as to why they cost so much. Forge World. Also, why are you buying them from Forge World? They're plastic, right? Fairly certain there are plastic grippers out there. Yeah, good night, Phasma. You can only get a plastic ones on Termagant kit. Okay. There must be people selling them second hand on eBay or something. honestly. And whilst, yeah, I won't always encourage people to try and buy secondhand always as just a go-to, but I've never been scammed on eBay, especially when it comes to Warhammer stuff. And I have in the past bought quite a bit of stuff from on eBay for Warhammer. Good way of getting certain bits out of certain boxes you otherwise wouldn't buy. I just posted a Mk.3 squad on eBay for a starting bid of 90 USD with a buy it now for 200. Once I've glued this together, I need to show you something that will really upset you. My local hobby store recently got their restock in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 boxes of Mk.3. You know, it takes time to ship, right? There'll be a surge soon. I think it's like 37 quid at the moment. I'm not sure what that is in US dollars. For my, that's like what? Yeah. I don't like to get too political because that just results in arguments and other fun stuff I'd rather avoid. But our economy has crashed. If you aren't paying attention to global news. So yeah. Now would be a very good time to buy Forge World stuff or other more expensive products. In the UK, and get someone to ship them out. And yeah, Ghost, we'll talk about it after the stream. But I've done it in the past for people who live in New Zealand. Because for most part, it typically is cheaper for me to buy it and ship it over to New Zealand than it is for people in New Zealand who buy it from our local shop. For most things, regardless of the scale. Yeah, if you want to have a look at how much I can buy stuff for, have a look at imperialgames.co.uk. There, who I buy all my stuff through. It's heavily discounted from Games Workshop's prices. And no, I'm not sponsored by them. I just read products. Well, they're a service, I guess. The products I could get anywhere. I will say the website kind of sucks. And that they definitely do need to work on it, but there you go, that's the shop I use. My Warhammer. Okay, so a squad of Mk.3 tactical marines would be £42.75. For some reason they're more expensive than Mk.6 at the moment. How quiet is the music for you guys? By the way. Very quiet. Okay. I barely hear. Is that better? I mean, it seems to be a particularly quiet piece, but yeah. Mission per Pro is 133, but 93 USD. Better from pound sterling. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to go see and you are interested in doing it, then yeah, now would be a very, very good time to do any ordering you wanted to do from Forge World via me. Yes. Have a look on Imperial Games. See if there's any 40k or other hobby stuff you want. And whatever stuff you want for Forge World as well. Try and work something out. Also look up shipping as well. I really want to try out Kill Team, but I don't want to constantly be buying box sets, but the new... That looks good just for terrain, yeah. So from my understanding, each of the new box sets will come with even more terrain to add to this current terrain. Idea of being able to make a proper, like, full set of a Space Hulk. Hopefully that means we'll get some other terrain which isn't just Imperial. There's another thing which people seem to forget, and this seems to be pushing the stereotype of, is that the terrain is Imperial only, whereas Space Hulks can be ships from any faction just merged together. Or just crushed together, I suppose is a better way of putting it. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he can't eventually. I feel like they'd be an obvious candidate for the elite unit or the Tyranids. Can you use elites yet in the new edition of Kill Team? be honest, I've stopped caring about Kill Team. I've talked about this before, but it's changed radically from the Kill Team in which I first started playing. And in a direction which no longer makes it necessarily too much fun for me. Not because the game isn't fun. I'm sure the game is a lot of fun. I know a lot of my friends in particular have a lot of fun playing it. Just changed into a game system which doesn't really accommodate the kind of stuff I enjoyed about Kill Team past. Bit of all of these kits is when, you know, it's not a kit that's designed to go together and you're forcing it to go together with plastic glue. It's automatically included in the price. Gosu. You don't have to worry about adding it on afterwards. But for a record, it's 20%, but it's included in the cost. That's one of the things I really don't get about America, is the fact that sales tax is something you're expected to work out. What's the point? Just include it in the price. Really don't get why it's not a thing. As I this will also probably blow your mind, but we don't have to work out and calculate our own taxes. That's done for us as well. Our tax system here is a pay-as-you-earn system. So you have to register your income. So, you know, where I work full-time, I've registered with them my number for in which my tax is paid towards. And the same with Twitch and PayPal as well. So when I earn money, a portion of that is automatically taken away and put towards the taxes. In different states, different taxes. Yeah, it's the same if I were to move to Scotland. In Scotland, I'd have to pay a different amount of taxes, but that's all automatically calculated by the system for the different countries. Yeah. They have a different taxation system because they have different priorities. Each country that makes up the United Kingdom have slightly different levels of autonomy to the rest. So Scotland has different taxations and different policies. For a start, one of the big things there is education is entirely free, as well as medicine. Here, if you have a prescription for your medicine in England, you have to pay for it. It's a flat rate. It's a universal flat rate of £9.50 per prescription, I think, or £9.75 at the moment. But you have to pay for a prescription per package. In Scotland, you don't, and their taxes and how much they pay in taxes towards healthcare and stuff impact is reflected in that. And the same with Wales, but to be honest, I don't know what goes on in Wales. And the same with Northern Ireland. Does Scotland pay more tax? I think so overall. Yes, I'm not entirely sure. Because certain other things for them is cheaper, and it probably pay more tax overall, considering how much is, well, free directly and not provided by the government. Personally speaking, I for one would prefer to pay slightly more taxes to not have to pay for education or healthcare. Hopefully someone who's Scottish will just appear in chat and magically answer our question for us. The reason why Redemptor Dreadnought pilots turn into pilots if they die if they burn. It's not gonna work, Alex. I spend too much time on the internet. Good effort though. I can see how that would catch a certain someone out. But I'm sorry, it's not going to work on me. Worked on that and I did it. Fucking course it did. I just did some napkin math. What I would ideally order would have cost me $534 including tax. Ordering it through you would cost $379. Yeah. You Americans are very lucky right now that the British economy is tanking as bad as it. I get paid on Friday, so I'll hit you up. Yeah. It would actually be a pretty good time as well, especially for Forge World stuff, because I get paid tomorrow. Well, now. I should already have been paid because I get paid on Thursdays for some reason. So, yeah, we can even benefit from free shipping on Forge World stuff if you have that plan. And yeah, I will ask if you, as it's you who wants to do this, look up on the Royal Mail website how much it would cost to ship to your address from God's sake. Don't need a third person cloning me. Use the address for Imperial Games to work out how much it would cost for shipping. Because what I could probably do is get them to ship it to you. Indirectly, of course, as they can't do it for you, but yeah. Because Royal Mail will ask for a delivery address when trying to work out, well, a from address. So use the one for Imperial Games for trying to calculate it, because obviously shipping will cost money. And also remember, you'll have to pay import tax as well. So you'll have to pay money when you receive it. Well, I'm not sure how much that counts as, or how much that will be. I think it's like 10 or 15% of the value of the items being sent, which you have to declare as honestly as possible. So bear that in mind as well. It'll still be significantly cheaper, but yeah, another aspect to this factor in. Then naturally there's also going to be a service charge for me helping you with this as well, so another thing to factor in. I'll clarify that's mostly a joke, but yeah. Right, now for fun part. I need to work out what I have an odd amount of arms left, so I could use some of Mark 6 arms. But I am missing it. See what a Mk.3 Marine. Well, hang on, actually. So this would be nines and tens. Suppose 3 is 116. Oh. One odd one out. This little collection. Just to see what it looks like. So if you were basically to use there. Which will look significantly better on some Mark 4 Marines if you're going to do it this way. But all this. That looks like we're mostly. Not very well because of how thick and chunky the chest of a Mark 3 Marine. This... At all. Okay. Interesting. I think I do actually need a custom album here. How many clones of Tuppy have been made? that I've been made aware of. At least 7, apparently. Yeah, that's another thing. In which case, yeah, we'll have to think about it more, but Royal Mail would be the easiest one for me to work with because they're the ones who, actually take to a shop. I think Parcel Force is the name of the company they work with to ship stuff as well, so it might be worth a look at Parcel Force. Who are these autocannons for? Death Guard or Emperor's Children? These will be going into the Death Guard. Need to hold that. So yeah, this is a Mk.3 Marine using the Mk.6 arms from the weapon upgrade set itself. Because I accidentally fucked up and used the arms from another kit. I don't think it looks too bad. They are notably different and not as thick as the Mk.3 arms. Where is this little All specs thingy? Meant glued for wrist. A marine. There's a little sensor. Oh, cool. Wondering when it actually Mk.3 marines. Curved. Only the marks. But I think you could probably actually work on that. What do you think of Allspec's tactics? They just do summary and breakdowns of their units, don't they? 40k? Reading out books. As has been mentioned, I'm not really a 40k player, so I don't really keep up with um 40k channels. Oh, that. Yeah, I think it's an interesting little thing to add to a model. Tuppy's Man of Stone confirmed your voice box mouth when you sneak through a mic. Eh? How do you mean? It makes a mechanical sound, I guess, with a sudden change of pitch. Ah, okay. In 4 hours, almost. Almost 4 hours. Very close. These boys being done. All we need to do is put the shoulders and heads on. Yeah, on that note, like I'd like to say thank you to you guys for actually hanging around for so long. For those who have actually been beginning, or have you been lurking or actively taking part in chat, thank you for keeping me company and keeping me sane whilst we work on these Death Guard. And hopefully, you've learnt something from watching this so far. About how easy and or difficult it is to put the weapon onto a Mk.3 Marines. As overall, I'd say it's not that difficult. Personally, hasn't been too much of a difficult thing to do. Haven't felt that I need to bust out the milliput to make it work. All it's taken is a bit more extra care and patience in order to ensure that the arms are positioned correctly, and some careful cutting of the other arm to remove the hand. Although, as you saw, you can actually be quite quick and imprecise and still get a good job just using clippers to remove that extra hand. Happy to help a brother from the third. Yeah. Well, the entire point of this Death Guard army is to basically provide the fire support my Emperor's children lack, and being so built towards melee. helping me round off my army and make it a bit more balanced. So they will be a regular part of my Emperor's Children army. Were you saying you're a gunsmith earlier? Yeah. I did train to become a gunsmith. And do you ever go shooting? I used to. I used to a lot when I used to live in the countryside. As me and my dad were groundskeepers for a bunch of farms. So that would involve us regularly going hunting to try and keep numbers of certain wild animals in control, and to try and stop wild animals from hurting livestock. Also, here in the UK, there is a plague going around, which is man-made, unfortunately, called Mk.3, which is a horrible plague designed to kill rabbits, which does so in a really cruel way. And basically, well, it's not specifically on rabbits, but on the mites and other parasites which feed off the rabbits. And basically, it works by basically blinding them and incapacitating them, and turning them into living hosts for the virus to then feed the parasites to then spread on. Yeah, it's fucking horrific. And it was developed to try and reduce the population of rabbits because it is a serious problem. I was died last year of tick-borne disease. Wow, that sucks. So yeah, I'd often go out hunting with an air rifle, just to try and kill rabbits, basically, because as most rabbits will die of it. Often, basically, every time I'd ever go out hunting, I'd find at least one rabbit which was on its way out because of it. Or some music cuts out whilst we're talking about something as depressing as this. But yeah. You're not into falconry by any chance, are you? I'm not. I'd love to be. Phasmatodius is. He keeps hawks. But yeah, I've always kept to, well, ranged weapons. Of the inanimate variety. Yeah, I used to be a pretty good marksman as well. Used to take part in shooting competitions a lot. As I've moved into the city now, I don't have my guns anymore. But yeah, I used to do a lot of competitive shooting as well. Rather successful, not as successful as my dad, who is, well, basically an Olympic level shooter, who's took part in multiple world championships in his particular shooting discipline and has won basically every single one he's in. But yeah, I myself have a pretty good record myself personally when it comes to shooting competitions. Both personally and privately in shooting competitions, or when I used to be part of the cadets. I was also I was in the Air Force Cadets, for Royal Air Force Cadets. I was squadron marksman, and with my first 5 shots I ever fired for a Lee Enfield rifle, I got my marksmanship badge. Grouping was that tight. Tuppy, armed and dangerous. Hobby knife in one hand, 50 Desert Eagle. God no. I'll stick to a 1911, thanks. Although I do quite like Berettas. I think my favourite pistol I've ever held is probably the USP. I decided at his base. I think this is probably one where I should have used plastic glue, but I'll pick plastic glue, but oh well. That is 1911 on. Nice. Whilst we're talking about guns, I suppose that's a fun conversation. If you could have any gun in the world, what gun would you want to own? Because I think for a lot of you guys, you probably wouldn't actually be able to guess what gun I would choose. And that's mostly a challenge to people who've actually watched Forgotten Weapons, because they did actually do a review of a particular firearm I really and would love to own. I will put the limitation on of it has to be a gun you can by yourself operate, as in like a firearm, not like a tank or an artillery piece. Actually, think about it, there's 2 I'd really like to own. One of those super fancy old purple guns that were pin-fired with super cool, like 20 barrels or some shit. Yeah, that would be a fun one to have. Actually, no. The more I think about it, the more guns there are. Actually, I'd quite like to own, although 2 are very similar. But not similar. You know, fuck it, let's talk about the guns I'd like. So the first gun I'd love to own is the KH-2002, which is a bullpup gun, which is probably the best implementation of bullpup I think I've ever seen, and I really adore it from a technical point of view. The fully ambidextrous bullpup that fires 5.56, making it super, super practical. Hey Mechanical Frog, how you doing? But yeah, it's just so insanely ergonomic and it's very, very simple, which is something you can't normally say about a bullpup weapon. So yeah, I'd love to have a KH-2002 from a nerdy gunsmith's perspective. It sounds like an absolute dream of a bullpup to actually work with. One I'm still confused to this day the French didn't take. The second one would be the AK-107, so that's the AK which has no recoil, or, well, next recoil, due to its firing mechanisms. I can see why it's not really put into use, because that blowback system which causes it to have, in theory, no recoil, would make an absolute nightmare of a field. So I can see why there'd only be certain specialist units that would ever use it if it were to be put into military, which apparently it has. And the final one is the opposite direction. It's the AKV 521, or yes, 521. Well, it's a geared system. Quite cool for the AK-107. And I'd love to get my hands on and just abuse the crap out of it just to see how it works and how well it survives. And yeah, the AKV-521 is one that really appeals to me as a gunsmith and as someone who is trained to like look after weapons, because it looks like just a fucking dream of a gun, to be perfectly honest. I can't think of a better modern day assault rifle than the 521. When will the stream end? Once these are built. I really don't like leaving models half built. So, yeah, basically we just need to put the heads on these guys. And that'll be done. Basing, I don't mind leaving for another day. We'll get these boys done, and then we'll call it a day for this. Yeah, honestly, I've been quite surprised in a good way with how well these autocannons have gone onto this kit. As again, it's not, these two kits weren't designed to go together, but you wouldn't really be able to tell looking at the model. Obviously, we still need to put the head on, but yeah. I think it's going together quite well. I think it works really well underslung for Mk.3. Yeah, definitely. Especially because, you know, they're such heavy, big guys as well. Them carrying around this big, cumbersome weapon, especially in this kind of configuration, just kind of feels a lot more fitting, I guess. Whereas, you know, the over-the-shoulder weapons suit Mk.6 a lot more, because you kind of expect Mk.6 to be a lot more agile and move. Have you ever seen anyone accurate without aiming down sights and something like that? Well, it's not really a thing that was ever really done in real life. In any real capacity for accuracy. Typically, underslung weapons like this are done for suppressive purposes, where accuracy is exactly a consideration. But I'd imagine you could get pretty accurate eventually. That makes sense? It's like almost every single underslung weapon is an automatic weapon. Or, you know, a flamethrower. Some kind of thing. But once you've, you know, made use of the tracers being fired, you could probably get quite accurate holding it underslung. That's really not the point of an underslung weapon. I support weapons like that. I've got prone or from a bipod. Yeah, as well. And I suppose another element we just have to like factor in and remember is these are superhuman soldiers. And especially with modern, I say in modern, I mean like 40k times, they usually have optics built onto the guns. Even these heavy ones, which allow them to see down the sights, so to speak, of the weapons they're operating, even if they're underslung. So they can still shoot accurately because they can see what the gun's doing. Like this trick shooter cowboy exhibition, guys. Very impressive stuff, firing from hip, yeah. It's like the Mongolian horse archers, whilst, you know, it's a bow and arrow. They were legendary for just how accurate they were. From horseback firing a bow as well. I know it's a slightly different thing, but they can't really afford to be necessarily too accurate with, you know, trying to line up the shot precisely when shooting in those conditions. And a lot of shooting is down to having your muscles, your muscle memory down. Because yeah, I used to do a lot of archery as well, which is kind of why I lean into this as like a kind of way of trying to explain it. And you often find that you didn't really need to aim or think when firing a bow to hit the target. Because once you got used to a muscle memory of it, how far to pull back the bow, the direction of fire and all that stuff, you kind of just got it. You didn't really need to think about aiming too much. Obviously, I wasn't shooting at an Olympic level in which, you know, I have a target 100 meters away and I need to hit a very precise small target. But, you know, I'd still hit the target pretty rapidly whilst firing quite quickly. And in a sense, I'd imagine it's not that far off with an underslung weapon, right? Once you know how to hold the gun, what angles in order to aim where your eyes are looking. Probably get quite accurate eventually. Yeah, I suppose they were, weren't they? It's a lot of samurai practice horseback archery. Yeah, the Mongolians preferred recurve bows. So the bow would, it's like the Cupid's bow, right? So a normal bow is kind of shaped like that, sense. Whereas the Mongolian bow would curve back out with the opposite direction of the bow limbs. And what that would do is generate significantly more drawing power, so the bow would be a lot stronger even in a shorter length bow. So I didn't need to be as long as other bows of the same weight power. You're about going to clean my dry brush now, obviously. Do you know what the draw weight was on those 16? Honestly, I can't remember draw weights right now. It's been a very, very long time since I've talked archery, to be perfectly honest. Always look it up, but anytime you can also look it up on Google, so. leave you with that honor for these guys. Alright, time for a fancy D. Let's box. See what I can. Sounds about. Mk.6 upgrade sprint. Tease. Do you think for Williams from the Mk.6? I think it does need a little. If you could travel in time, what empire would you have liked to have seen in battle? Ooh, that's a good question. But I think, honestly, I'd love to have seen one of Napoleon's. Interesting, you definitely have a love for a time period. Yeah. I've basically grown up in love with those. You have to admit there is just something so beautiful about all the different uniforms. It was the peak of military fashion. There's a reason why so many, military units even today still use their 1800s, late 1700s military gear as like their formal dress. And think about, hundreds of thousands of them lining up to shoot each other at like 200 feet apart at most. Weapon is insane. And with just how like dedicated and focused they were on appearances, but identification purposes, you have to remember that they dressed up fancy in order to make themselves visible. Being able to see the whites of the enemy's eyes when you pull the trigger. You not interested in Napoleonic wargaming? No, I really am. I'd love to be able to do more of it. It's just unfortunately my local area, not too many people interested in it. So as much as I'd love to collect multiple and play the game, I have no one to play it against. But I'd love to collect a couple of armies. The reason why I do Bolt Action and Warhammer is because I have plenty of people to play it with, and the same with Battletech. I have 3 main games in the area I live. Always get a game of these game systems. Especially Horus Heresy. Horus Heresy is popular. I would say the most popular game system at the moment. And it was before 2nd edition as well, because a lot of us in my local community are older Warhammer players who've fallen out of love with 40k. Right, I think that's this squad done, as far as I'm willing to go with it. Yeah, Alex, you'll be pleased to know you are free to leave now. And yeah, Gosu, you've turned this into a fine art of going up when I'm wrapping things up. So yeah. Oh god, there's hairs everywhere. Here's the finished sergeant for the squad. I think overall these heavy weapons work quite well on these Mk.3 Marines. Basically minimal changes needed to be done. It's the only complex thing is cutting the hand away on this arm here to replace it with one on the other arm. Works quite well. And yeah, even if you decide just not to do it and put the Mark 6 arms on, doesn't look too bad. A few moments to pick out this guy in the squad. You could be quite lazy and just use the arms from the heavy weapons kit with your Mk.3 Marine as well. And there is one Marine in here. And in fact, I have to go through them to find him and tell you everything about it. Hold on, how have I picked up every single model and not found for talking about? Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Definitely not you with Mark 6 arms. Not you. Not you. Sergeant, right? Oh, it was for Sergeant. But what you could also do, which is kind of completely obscured and hidden, just because of the extra detail, but you could just simply cut the entire front of the Mk.3 arm off and not have the little lip sticking out. So on this arm, not that you do it to this arm, but you could just cut the entire front section off, including the hand, and that would work just fine if you didn't want to go to the extra effort of removing the hand and leaving that lipped section. So you could just, snip the entire section off and not worry about carving it out, and it would look just fine. Yeah. And yeah, well, it was completely unnecessary. Go that extra step to put the Mark 6 broom on the Mark 3 Marine. I think it works quite well. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging around and keeping me company. Hope you found the talks interesting whilst we've been building these, and hopefully you're thinking of doing the same thing as I've done here and putting the new heavy weapons on an older kit like the Mark III or Mark IV. It has hopefully alleviated your anxiety about doing it, so customize your Marines. And yeah, as always, if you enjoyed this and you aren't already doing so, remember to follow. If you're watching this back on YouTube, hit subscribe if you enjoyed it. I do lots and lots of stuff like this on Twitch, and if you haven't already done so, check out the Twitch channel. I stream basically every single day doing more hobby-related stuff. And yeah, remember to like the video as well, and if you didn't enjoy it, dislike it, and tell me why in the comments. And with that, have a good night.